your Danville City Commission meeting for tonight, Monday, June the 28th. Hour is 5:30. We're all present and accounted for. Call us to order. Ask we be led in a moment of prayer by Commissioner Denise Terry.
Thank you. Please pray with me. God Almighty, we come before you tonight with the best interest of the community and the city at heart. Please help to keep our minds and hearts open to what is best for the citizens that we serve. Thank you for the freedom to join together to do so. In your name, amen.
Amen. Amen. This is our second meeting that we've been able to open the doors of City Hall to the public. We've missed you. We're glad you're here. And we'll be glad to try to make this meeting go as expeditiously as possible. I have a little personal tradition, and that is I always like to call somebody up to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. And it's always somebody that I think deserves some recognition, and this person deserves a lot of recognition, and you all should thank him profusely. He is the head of our wastewater department, Mr. Mike Galloway. If you'll come up and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Come on up, Mike.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, sir.
Key to the city. I think he'd probably give it back to me.
He has the key to the city.
Yeah.
He got the key to the wastewater treatment. That's
right.
better than the key to the city. Commissioner, you've had the agenda since Friday. Unless I hear otherwise, I'll assume it meets your approval. So we'll go right into this. We move right into hear the public. There's two of them during our meeting. This first one is on agenda items and agenda items only. There'll be an opportunity later in today's meeting for any item that is not on tonight's agenda. Is there anything that anyone wants to address that is on tonight's agenda? Madam Clerk, anybody on the phone? Moving right along. Item one is the approval of the minutes, that being the minutes of, what did I do with my thing? It's the minutes of, there's 4 different dates. The minutes of May 14th. The minutes of
June 16,
June 16, read them off for me.
June 22nd, and June 24th.
Are there any additions or corrections?
I'd like to offer a motion to approve the minutes from the 4 previous meetings, all related to budgetary activity, I guess.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Atkins, Commissioner Cottle, thank you as well. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Like motion, say nay, carries. Item 2 is the zone change request. Recommendation at 202 East Walnut Street. Mr. Hunter?
Thank you, Mayor. This zone change request, interesting enough, it's going to look very similar to a couple you've seen. What's it doing?
Mic on?
Check, check. Sounds like it.
Yeah, you're on.
All right. So again, this zone change is going to look familiar to a couple you've seen this past summer in the fact that this is an RM2 rezoning, again, requesting to go to central business. And I'll go through a couple particulars real quick here, but we had the public hearing on June 23rd, basically last week. I'm assuming everyone's got the staff report in front of them with the maps and other items. So I'll mention just a couple pages of staff report by page number. But on page 1, you can see the property owners. The Bull Landmark Trust is the owner, and the property is 202 East Walnut Street, and it's the little cabin, and I'm sure everyone's familiar with it, sits there down the hill just a tad bit with the tarp on the side. The co-applicant on staff report is listed as Carl McMillan and Beckham Ruff. They are out of South Carolina, and they have an option on the property to purchase that cabin and restore it back to its original state. So the Landmark Trust and them were co-applicants on this, and the property is a small property, 0.270 acres. And again, the current zoning is RM2, and the request is to go to central business. And as in the prior cases that the commission heard this past summer, the RM2 is typically our duplex district. You can do a single-family dwelling, but typically it's used for duplexes. And with that, I'll just jump into the staff report and reference page 7. The applicant submitted the narrative that starts on the bottom of page 7, continues on page 8. And then they submitted some detailed conditions on what their desire is with that cabin. So I'll just read a couple portions of that. And then the bottom of the narrative, they said the primary use will be for our own personal enjoyment while our son is a student at center. Secondary will be used as a short-term rental when we are not occupying the home. And then the last sentence is a little confusing, but it says, talks about the sharing, the restorations with the Bull Landmark Trust and the preservation enthusiasts of Danville. So there are restrictive covenants on the property through the Department of Interior and the Heritage Council. And in the real estate sale, those will go to the new property owners. So one of the things that has to happen with this cabin is it has to be open to the public kind of on a somewhat few times, 4 or 5 times during the year, kind of like a museum, maybe a home tour. But so the plan here is to restore the cabin to its original state. The folks would live there occasionally when they're in town. It'd be used as an Airbnb at different times during the year, but several times during the year it'd have to be open to the public. So that's really the need to go to the central business zoning district, which gives them the flexibility to use as a residence or have that kind of public museum project that's got to happen here. And with that, they basically committed to 5 conditions. These were co-drafted with the Bull Landmark Trust. Number 1, that they're not going to cover more than 50% of the total lot coverage. Central business lets you cover up the property pretty extensively, like a downtown lot. They plan on keeping this green and open, as well as restoring the cabin. No more than 5,000 square foot of total building square foot. No building will exceed 2 stories in height. Number 3 deals with their sign, if they use a sign. And then number 4, they legislated out other uses that are allowed in the central business that they did not feel would be appropriate on the property, which say an auto showroom, dealer, newer use, daycare, hospital, outpatient surgery, urgent clinic, nursing home, assisted living, or drive-through restaurant. And 5 deals with underground utilities if they build a second structure on that property and have to connect utilities between the 2. Additionally, this will need a COA from the Danville Architectural Heritage Board. They've already made an application, I believe, with Joni House, and the contractor's already talking to the heritage or the local historic preservation folks about what will have to happen in the COA approval to restore the cabin. And with that, the Planning Commission had a really kind of short discussion on the uses back and forth about the Airbnb and the restrictive covenants from the Heritage Council, and then passed this recommendation to 8-0 for an approval to the City Commission. And I'll be glad to answer any questions about the project. I'm not an expert on the restoration aspect of that, but I understand they will taking the cabin back to its original state, outside 100%. The chimney had to be
Mr. Hunter?
replaced. There's some siding has to come off.
Just for clarification, would you put in the record that this is the house that's been known by the community as the Willis Russell
Yes.
House? And, you know, our literature has Thomas Barbie House, but that's not going to register with most folks in the community, so we need to.
Yeah, and this was also one that was brought into the local historic district just a short time ago at the request of the Bull Landmark Trust also.
Thank you.
So, Commissioner, I'd like to have a motion so we can move into discussion. And on page 10 is a motion for or a motion against.
I make a motion to approve the proposed zoning map amendment together with the conditions given.
Thank you, Commissioner Cardle. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Holland. We are in discussion, if any. Earl, anything on this, Earl? Okay.
To me, it's kind of a win-win. I
Yeah.
mean, that's a great building, and
Yeah.
I think sometimes, you know, if we can adapt them, that tends to extend their life, and I think that's a good thing. Particularly
Interesting.
these folks, they've got experience in
Yeah.
Charleston and some other.
Yeah, the interesting, that was what I was getting ready to say. The interesting side note, I talked a lot with the Bull Landmark Trust, but the property owners called me from South Carolina. One's an architect. Again, that their son's coming to Center. They're excited about coming to Danville 3-4 times a year. And they're excited about renovating this structure, and this is exactly what they do, and had a lot of knowledge about
Cool.
renovating historic structures. I've never been in it, so I'm not exactly sure what it's going to be like, but their goal is to keep it as original as possible, even on the inside, because it will be open for these landmark tours in the future under the restricted covenants.
Any further questions or comments?
I'm just excited about it because we've been concerned about losing that in our community. This is definitely going to save it and make it usable for hopefully a long time.
No other comments or questions? I'll call the question. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Thank you,
And
Mr.
Mayor,
Harmon.
to be clear, will take that as your instruction to prepare the ordinance for a first reading at your next meeting. The suggested motions that were on page 10 were actually for the Planning Commission. But your motion and ordinance won't reference those specific conditions, although the underlying zoning ordinance will with the Planning Commission.
You go with that, Commissioner Cottle?
I certainly am.
Moving right along to item 3, which is resolution number 2021-06-28-01. This is the liability agreement with the Kentucky League of Cities. Earl, you got something to say there, Ashley? Got your name by it.
This is just our annual renewal for our general liability and property insurance through KLC.
Okay.
I offer a motion to approve resolution 2020-06-2801 as presented.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Atkins, second by Commissioner Terry. I would note that this is in the amount of $482,555.29. Anything else? Call the question. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Item 4 is resolution number 2021-06-28-02. This is the workman's comp agreement with KLC.
I'll move for approval of 2021-06-2802.
Thank you, Commissioner Terry. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Holland, thank you. Discussion?
You want to give the amount on
This
this?
is in the amount of $219,563.86. Seeing no further discussion, call the question. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Item 5, resolution number 2021-06-28-03. This is a contract renewal with the Boyle County Health Department. Randy here?
I am. Good evening, everybody.
there
You guys
you
hear
are.
me? I'm in the back corner back here, so. Now, I have in front of you our renewal for next year's health contract for certain. The Bull County Health Department has done a good job for us on providing us with our pre-screenings. We just recently went through our biometric screenings for our city employees. Went well. They've also asked for renewal on our hepatitis shots, which are required for our utility employees. And so our contract terms stay the same. I think there's a minor increase on, I think it's $8 on each hepatitis shot increase. But our total contract terms are not to exceed $5,000 annually, which is the same amount that we had on last year's contract for fiscal year '21. So we're just asking for renewal. It's a great partnership. I don't see any reason for us to move in a different direction, and it's served us well.
Do I hear a motion to that effect?
I'll move to approve resolution 2021-06-2803.
Thank you, Commissioner Hollins. Is there a second? Second. Mr. Cottle, thank you. Discussion? Good partnership.
Yep.
All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Item 6 is the Human Resources second quarter report. Boyd, the floor is yours again. We've got a couple of chairs if you want them down here. You okay?
Should be able to reach from here, right?
Do we need to get the lights?
Yeah, probably.
And who's doing that? Ah,
I got Matt here.
our man Matt.
All right. Good deal.
Highly skilled technician right there.
There you go. All right. So I get to intrigue you guys with some exciting and, well, probably boring stuff depending on your perspective. But just real quick, this is our quarterly report for the second quarter for the HR department. We've got a lot of good things going right now. It's a very busy time, but we're also excited about a lot of the things that we're doing for the city, for the employees, and yeah, it's really good. So just to recap, these are some of our, and we talked about this in the first quarter of the year, these are our goals and objectives that we have for the department as well as the city. Just want to remind, and we're going to be talking about probably the first four right now are the ones that we're really engulfed in. Goals 5 and 6, we are starting to discuss those, and we have goals to work through those items throughout the year. And this just helps us keep on track towards and keep us focused on meeting these objectives by the end of the calendar year. As far as the second quarter, we've had really four big focal points. As we all know, one of those big focal points is the implementation of Paylocity. This is a huge undertaking, but it's also going to be a huge asset to the city because it's going to it's basically our human resource capital management system as well as our payroll system, which we'll talk about that here shortly. One of the other items, and we'll get into that as well, is our dependent healthcare audit. We talked about that when we did our health contract renewals, and that audit is getting ready to kick off here at the end of June, and I'll expand on it here in a minute. Of course, the other items we focused on in the second quarter is recruitment, which that is a continuous, as everyone knows, the job market is really challenging right now, and we'll talk about our specific recruiting items here shortly. And then, of course, our healthcare renewal, we did our renewals. Our new health plans went into effect May 1st, and so we're working through our cost containment efforts, which ties into the dependent audit that we'll discuss here shortly. Okay, so just real quick, as we talk about Paylocity, this is as we mentioned, this is a big undertaking for the city. Right now, myself and our IT manager, Nick Warren, we're in the final stages of putting this in place with Paylocity. Right now, Thursday's our go-live day, so what that means is we're going to be transitioning effective Thursday to our new payroll system. Now, when we implemented this, part of the program was to do it in a staggered tiered approach. And so if you look right there, our current modules that we're going to be putting in place is our human capital management system. And basically what that is that is our module that's going to house and manage all of our personnel records, employees' history, such as their pay history, their comp history, benefits, et cetera. Time and labor, which is going to be our new module that's going to manage, essentially that's going to replace paper timesheets. And believe me, we're looking forward to that. Payroll, and then employee self-service portal, which is one of the biggest features and value-added services that we're going to bring to our workforce. And then reports and analytics, and that is actually huge because that's really going to help us manage our data, budgeting. It's going to allow us to really track things in a more efficient manner. One of the biggest things is our employee time clocks. We're now transitioning away from paper timesheets to automated punches, which is going to ease the burden on employees. Essentially, employees are just going to have to punch in and out. And on the back end, all of our payroll rules, such as things like holiday pay, overtime, et cetera, all that gets automated and it takes the burden off the employees. And what it also does, it helps us maintain really detailed payroll records for each employee. Right now, we had set up time clocks for all 12 facilities. We've gotten 4 in so far. Right now, we do anticipate Paylocity is behind on getting us some time clocks just because of supply. So probably for the first 2 payroll runs, there's going to be a few locations where we won't be able to have the time clocks ready by July 1st, but we anticipate to have those by the end of July. And then once we get that, then it's going to be a very automated system for employees. So obviously, the big thing here is what's the impacts on the city of Danville when it comes to Paylocity? Number one is safeguards our data. Paylocity is a cloud-based platform. And what that means is all of our data gets secured in here. You know, I mentioned earlier, right now we do paper timesheets. Paper timesheets goes away. All your payroll records are housed and secured, and they're guaranteed by Paylocity, which is a huge thing for us when it talks about compliance and also protecting employee data. Time and attendance records. We're going to have a lot more historical records in front of us as we get into the software over time. We're going to be able to really see historical records, and they're going to be there for the life of the software. You know, those records won't disappear, and we're really looking forward to having that structure. Automated payroll tax filings. I'm going to kind of expand on that here in a minute, because what this does, that we are now outsourcing a lot of these services, and they automate a lot of our programs and provides more efficiency to the city to be able to focus on, you know, servicing the community. Positive impacts. There's going to be a direct communication chain between the employee, human resources, and the employee's manager when it comes to their personnel records, their time and labor, and also their time off programs, which we'll talk about here. And another big advantage of this is enhanced management workforce oversight. And so what I mean by that is basically this allows the managers to really see insight over their workforce. A manager that, say, has 20 employees that's working underneath them will be able to see in real time when their employees are working. They're also going to be able to review their payroll records daily through time clock punches, which they didn't have that ability before. And also, they're going to have the ability to set work schedules, which right now a lot of our departments do work schedules, but those schedules are done on a manual platform, and it's going to allow a better platform for the managers to really manage adequate staffing coverage. Okay. Now, this is a big feature, and this is one of the biggest advantages when we talk about value-added services to employees, is our employee self-service portal. Right now, employees don't have, in our current system, they don't have a lot of visibility to see their information. For example, an employee may not know what their address is, if it's correct in the system. They can't see their pay rate. Another big part of it is they can't see their time off balances. So if an employee wants to take a vacation request, right now, a lot of times they have to reach out to human resources and ask for that. Well, if you've got an employee on third shift, sometimes it's hard for them to get in contact with city staff because of the overlap in work schedules. Now they have access to it. Other things they're going to be able to see is they're going to have direct access to their wage statements. They're also going to have access to all their year-end reports, their W-2s, their 1095s. For example, you know, as we get into this 3 years down the road, if an employee needs to pull a W-2 from 2 tax years ago, they're going to be able to get that out of the portal, and that history is always going to be there. They're going to be able to see their job and compensation history over time. So as an employee, you know, grows through the city, promotions, they're going to be able to see all their history, and that's going to be very valuable to them. Another thing is, yes, right now we currently have email accounts for every full-time employee, but that's not inclusive of our part-time workforce. Right now we've got a very large part-time workforce, and what this does, it now allows us as a city to send out direct communication to employees where they'll be able to get all their information through this portal, and it's going to allow them to know what's going on in the city, any urgent messages, critical messages. We're going to be able to roll those out through that message board, and every employee that's with the city will have access to this. And not only current employees, if you have, for example, if you have someone that's a retiree, if they retire and say 6 months later they need to get their W-2, well, they're still going to have access to their information in there to be able to access wage statements, W-2s, from when they were employed with the city. Okay? So this, I know it's kind of hard to talk about software in a long form, but this is just a snapshot of what an employee portal will look like. Now, if you notice on the top right-hand corner that where it says time entry, there are certain employees, depending on their role with the city, they'll have different what we call punch capabilities. And what that is employees going to have 3 different ways to clock in and out, depending on their job with the city. It's either going to be a time clock, or they're going to be able to clock in and out on a desktop computer if they have a workstation, or some employees will be able to clock in and out on a mobile app. And that's just one of the features of the software. If you look in the bottom middle page right there is where you're going to see their pay. That's where their wage history will be. Bottom right, where it says time off, that's where an employee will be able to see their time off balances, also any time off requests they've submitted to a manager. I mentioned earlier about direct communication with the manager. Well, this is one of those items. If an employee, says they're on third shift on a Sunday night, they submit a vacation request for that following Friday, they're going to be able to look at that portal and see if their manager's approved it, and they're going to know what that status is. And it's just a good way for the manager and the employee to communicate when it comes to their time off schedules. Now, another thing that we're going to do too is on the bottom left, and we're still working through configuring this, but currently we have an HR library where we have a lot of forms, documents. It's part of our help desk where we're going to transition that over to that employment tab. And some of the documents that you'll see in there, for example, will be our employee handbook. We're also going to put things out there like our health benefits information. And so really what it comes down to, it becomes a one-stop shop for the employee to have all the information they need related to their employment with the city. Okay. Anyone have any questions or anything so far? Okay. All right. So now we talked about the employee perspective. Now let's talk about the manager, because this really helps us manage our workforce. So department managers now, each manager is going to have a dashboard. So any employee that they supervise or they're responsible for, they're going to see their timesheets and all their time off information through a dashboard. They're also going to be able to set their schedules and manage those calendars on a daily basis. Like right here, for example, this is a snapshot of what a dashboard looks like. So for this particular individual manager, you can see they have 192 employees under their umbrella. They're going to be able to see graphs to track how much time they're using per pay period, or like as far as overtime versus regular time. And that's going to help them manage their departmental labor budgets as well. The managers will have the ability to see on some of these dashboards pending time off requests, any missed punches, which could be example like if an employee forgets to clock in or out, that manager is going to have all that information in front of them. Now, this is just a snapshot, and I know it's hard to see here, but this is what an employee timesheet looks like. And what I can tell you, it's pretty simple. It's in an Excel format. And where this is really going to help the managers is the automation of a lot of our compensation rules. And that's something that we're currently working on with Paylocity right now to finalize. And a good example of that is holiday. When we talk about holidays, sometimes that gets complicated for the management team to calculate it, because depending on whether an employee worked a holiday or the holiday fell on their scheduled day off, our policy counts that holiday time towards beyond the 40th hour in a work week. Well, now a lot of those rules get built in. And one of the areas that's really going to be advantageous is for our police and fire departments. Because right now we all know that police and fire payroll is very complicated. They've got a lot of incentives outside of their normal pay. Well, those incentives don't have to be calculated by the chiefs when they're doing payroll. All those are built for them on the back end. All the employees have to worry about is punching in and out. Both the chiefs are going to look at their time and make sure it's correct, and all their special incentive rules are all going to be built in on the back end. Where I can tell you now, whenever we do have a holiday during a payroll period, it's very complex and it's very burdensome. I can't tell you how much time we spend auditing timesheets each payroll period. Well, this right here kind of shrinks it down to daily management, and then by the end of our pay period week, it's going to be very simple payroll once we get everything configured. Okay. Now, we talked about the employee and we've talked about the manager. Now we want to talk about what the impacts are on the city as a whole. And this is another really big advantage that we're going to have by going to this software. Essentially, we've hired Paylocity to be our registered agent for several payroll and tax filings. Really, it's going to allow us to reduce labor time, increase our efficiencies, and also increase our compliance, because we're putting this information in the hands of highly skilled professional accountants that's going to be able to manage this for us. And it also frees up the city to focus on its core business for the serving the community. And so if you look at the bottom here, these are just some of the things that they're going to work on for us. For example, they're going to take over starting July 1st, all of our 941 filings, state filings. They're going to do all of our year-end reports, which I will tell you, year-end reporting, when we talk about W-2s, 1095s, that's a pretty lengthy process. Not only administer them to the employees, but also doing your reporting with the IRS. And so they take on all that burden for us. And it's going to be a really nice transition. And again, they're going to take over child support wage garnishment payments, which is another very time-consuming program. And then also, the other part of it is they're going to do all of our file funding when we talk about payroll. So right now, our responsibility as staff is to process payroll every pay period, submit what we call the funding file through Paylocity, and they'll take the responsibility of submitting the funds from the city's payroll bank account into the employees' direct deposit accounts. And that is something that is going to be another huge advantage to us, because that's a time-consuming function as well. Okay. All right. So now that's what we're going to do when we go live. Now, because of the compressed implementation schedule, there's a lot more modules that we're going to put in place. And one of those is going to be a recruiting module. That's really just going to help us streamline, not only better communicate job openings out to the community, but also make it an easier application process for an applicant. So one of the things that we're going to have is we're now going to have an integrated job board with Indeed. What that means is if an applicant goes out and sees our job on our website or Indeed, the job's going to have a link right then and there where they're going to be able to fill out an online application. And what that does is when somebody applies for a specific job, they'll come in, that person's application will be tied to our job requisition, and we'll be able to compare all candidates against that particular job to find the best match for the city. Another platform we're going to put in is an onboarding platform. Again, this is just our goal to go paperless. We're going to have a fully integrated paperless application and onboarding process. This is going to enhance our accuracy, because what's going to happen is we're going to drive, the data is going to be driven by the employees. So a good example is when an employee goes to fill out their tax withholdings, we could easily make a keying error when we put something in. Same thing with the employee's direct deposit. Well, all that accuracy is now driven by the employee. They'll put all that information in, and it's automatically imported into the database. Another one, and this is huge for any organization, is your I-9 compliance. An I-9 is a very, very serious document to maintain. Well, what this does, it puts us an automated I-9, eliminates errors, but also with this program, it allows the city to implement E-Verify platform. And so anytime that we complete an I-9 on an employee, their case is automatically going to be submitted through E-Verify to verify their authorization to work in the United States. And then the other big one that we're going to our goal is to roll out by the end of the fourth quarter is our performance management tool. And we mentioned this earlier when we did our initial presentation on Paylocity. But right now we do paper reviews. This is going to be a new platform for the manager and the employee to do the reviews. And what's going to be really nice about this is going to be a more interactive process. We now have the ability for goal setting by both the employee and the manager to allow them to work towards achieving the same goal, of developing that individual. And also, it's going to allow you to look at that history over the time. So when a manager and employee sits down and does a review a year from now, they're going to be able to look back and see that other review. They're going to be able to look and see those goals and see how they've measured their performance towards those goals. And what that does, that just continues to allow us, the managers, to develop and enhance their employees' skill set for the city. Okay? All right. Any questions on the Paylocity? Okay. All right. All right. So next thing I want to talk about is this is another item we talked about is our dependent verification audit. And we talked about this during our healthcare renewals. Well, we are currently working with HMS to administer the audit. The audit is going to start on June the 30th. HMS will be sending out packets to every employee on the city's health plan that has any dependent, whether it's a spouse or a child. And we talked about this before, and the purpose of the audit is to ensure that the plan is being utilized as it's designed and that only eligible dependents are enrolled on the city's health plan. And this is part of our cost containment strategy, but it also goes beyond that. It's also to ensure to protect our employees, to make sure that they are accurate when they put an enrollment in, and that they don't ever end up in a situation where someone can later on become ineligible because of their dependent status. And this allows us to administer that and align those dependents with our health plan guidelines. And so the plan is going to run, the audit's going to run June the 30th through August the 16th. Roughly around August the 30th, HMS will be reviewing the documents, and they're going to provide a list back to the city of anyone that they would deem ineligible under the audit or anyone that's non-responsive. And so we're going to be sending out letters this week to all city employees that have health care coverage with dependents, and let them know that, which we talked about this during open enrollment with the employees, but we're going to send them a reminder that these packets will be coming out and they need to be responsive to those. Otherwise, if they're non-responsive, it could potentially cause them to lose their coverage for their dependents. And that is not our goal of this plan. And so we really want to make sure that we're preparing the employees for the audit. Our goal, like I said, of this is to ensure that all employees' dependents are properly aligned with our plan guidelines. Okay. All right. Now, another thing that we're working on, and this is something that, and I'll just be honest, I don't know the time frame of when we're going to complete it, but it's something we've started last September, is working on establishing or updating a robust health and safety plan for our employees. We started our safety review with KLC's Loss Prevention Department back last September. We just finished up our review in the second quarter. I'm going to be meeting with Greg Parton. He's our Director of Loss Control Prevention. We're going to start talking again in July. And one of the things that we're going to be working on is working with KLC, the HR department, as well as the department heads on establishing a safety handbook. Now, when we look at our safety, one of the things I've looked at over the last couple of years is our loss ratio, and Ashley talked about our workers' comp plan earlier. It's really trending in the right direction. But we can, as with safety, it's just like you can never, use an analogy, when you're driving safety, you can never take your foot off the gas, right? It's always, we want to drive that safety because our goal is to make sure we protect the health and well-being of every city employee as well as the general public, and this is going to help us do it. And so one of our goals is to establish a standardized safety handbook that's going to have SOPs, training SOPs for every safety-sensitive job function by department, and that's where the managers are going to really come into play. We're going to be sitting down working with each department head, establishing those. And one of the big ones is, equipment operation. We've got a lot of heavy equipment in utilities, public works, for example. And we just need to standardize that and make sure that we've got a good training platform for every employee that comes on board with the city. And it's not just new employees, it's also driving home that safety culture within our existing employees. And so we're going to be working on establishing a safety mission statement, bringing it back to the commission for your review and approval. And then also, one of the things we would like to do is establish an internal safety committee that's comprised of various members of the management team. And what we can do through that committee is anytime there's a workplace accident, we'll be able to look at those things, look at our current training, and just be proactive in, establishing safety practices or improving on those existing practices to foster, a culture of continuous safety improvement. I can tell you from personal experience that I've dealt with some very, not with city, but within other areas, very bad injuries, and that's the last thing anyone ever wants to do is call a family member and let them know that one of their employees got hurt on our dime. And I think this will help us just continue to drive that as part of our overall workforce culture. Okay? And like I said, it's going to be a lot of work. Greg and I are going to be really talking heavily in July, so I can't give an ETA on when it's done. We'd like to do it by the end of the year, but that's our goal. I'm just not sure if we'll get there by the end of the 21, but we're going to work towards that. Okay. Just real quick, this is an update on our recruitment. These are some of our vacant positions. All these positions are in various stages of the screening interview process. We've been really working on the police and fire side quite a bit. We just actually have a physical assessment testing this week on fire department. We had 14 candidates show up for that, so we were really excited about that. I know I've been working with Chief Gray on the police, and then these are just some of the other various positions that we're working on. And there's some information that'll be forthcoming on some vacancies and candidates that we have here shortly as well, okay? And one of the things that, just to FYI, one of the things that we're really seen probably in the last few weeks is when we post a job, everybody knows about the labor shortage, the tight market that most employers are experiencing, but we've actually seen a really good response to a lot of our positions, and so we're really happy about that. And what makes it hard is we can't always hire every person that we interview. We've got a lot of good candidates, but we're trying to build that pool to make sure that we stay engaged with some of those candidates that we may not be able to hire at this time as well. Okay. Just in summary, this is just some of the things we're going to work on in the third quarter. Myself and the city manager, we spoke quite a bit on our policy handbook, and one of the things that we're going to do is we're going to do a quality review of our handbook and look at some of the policies like our sick and vacation. I know we focused on the market adjustment through the budget with the compensation, but there's other things we want to look at. And the goal of these policies is really just to make sure that do our policies still balance the needs of the city with the needs of the workforce? And so there's going to be a lot of good information that we're going to look at in the coming months with the handbook, and probably have a lot to bring to the commission for review approval. The other thing that we're going to really work on, and some of that information will be coming up here next, is our pay classification plan. We're going to be working through the revisions of that, which we have some of those revisions here. But two of our goals that we haven't quite yet achieved, but will be forthcoming, is aligning our compensation plan salary bands with what the 3-year market adjustment looks like on the compensation proposal that we made, and also revise and update the compensation document to reflect the experience-based pay rate scale that we implemented back at the beginning of December, and of course the additional Paylocity modules. So that's everything I have in summary. Be happy to answer any questions. I know it's a lot of information, but we got a lot of good things going within the city right now.
Any questions or comments?
Thanks, Randy. I know you've been working hard. Would you care to go through that all again? Just real slow.
Hey, Kevin, I'll meet you about 10 o'clock tonight when we're done.
No, I appreciate the work you're doing.
For the public's benefit, Randy has been with us since, what, April of last year?
February, about a year and a half.
And I can tell you the amount of work that he has produced for us like this has been incredible. And so tip a hat to you, my man. You've done a great job. We didn't have anything like this. Glad you're here.
Well, thank you. I got to give credit to the managers too. You got a great management team, and everybody is very team oriented. So it's a team effort.
Good deal. Item 7 is the first reading of ordinance number 1971, and this is the fiscal year 21-22 compensation and class plan. Mr. Boyd, continue on, sir.
All right. Yeah, thank you, Mayor. As I mentioned earlier, this classification plan is still got some components that we're going to bring to you, but what we have in front of you now is the recommended revisions to align the positions on the appropriate department and appropriate grade based on the city manager's organizational chart recommendations during the fiscal year budget. So what I'm going to do is, in front of you in the plan is anything that's got an underline through it is a change, anything that's, or strike through is a change. So I'm just going to run through the departments that have the changes for you and just highlight those so that way you're aware of what we have. And like I said, this the compensation salary bands are not reflective of the market adjustments or the experience pay grade scale. and those will be forthcoming and our goal is to do a comprehensive development of those to make sure they're clean and they're also easy to administer at a management level, okay? So first department here that we have a change is just with administration or legislative. So we requested during the budget to eliminate the secretary position because that position was vacant, and we felt like there was not a need to fill that position due to workloads. And then because of these requirements of the job, we recommended the building maintenance worker to be moved from finance over into the administrative department to be under the city engineer's supervision. That pay grade stays the same. It's just essentially a move from one department to the other from a management standpoint. Okay. Next department is the finance department. This is probably where you'll see a significant amount of changes. The recommendation here is to eliminate the position of the CFO or financial officer, elimination of the job title of finance officer, billing specialist, finance clerk, billing clerk, and finance clerk. So the recommendation is to realign to transition to a finance director, which would be on a current grade of grade 30, and the creation of an accountant position, which would be at a grade 28, purchasing agent at grade 27, accounts payable clerk at grade 25, and then the creation of a data entry clerk at grade 24, and then also moving an administrative assistant position, job title realigning from a finance clerk to administrative assistant, which is still the same grade, but it more appropriately aligns your job titles with the job duties that they're performing. Okay. All right. Next department is codes and enforcement. That is just a recommendation of the elimination of the administrative assistant position, which that particular position person's going to be reallocated into a data entry clerk at a higher grade, a grade 24. So it's not elimination of a job, but an elimination of a position and just realignment of that individual's duties at a higher grade. Okay. All right. The next one is Parks and Recreation. Now, we had talked about this last year when we went through and we talked about it during the compensation proposal for Parks and Recreation. Those positions, when the city took over Parks and Recreation, those positions had never gotten properly graded. But what we did is we put those positions into our market study with the Hannah Group last year. And what we have here is because of the unique field of operations with Parks and Rec, we're thinking it's best to have them as their own separate grading system. And what we have is on the back side of the chart, we did put in on the very last page on page 5 is your pay scale grade for Parks and Recreation for each of the positions. And these are the positions that we realigned job titles last year when we made that transition and brought over the Parks and Recreation staff on July 1st of 2020. Now, the only other department that has any changes is in utility administration. So we had recommended during the budget the creation of an electrician. I think city manager had expanded on that. We've actually requested that be in, and we've established it right now under our current grading system as a grade 27. Also, while we're creating a SCADA network administrator position at a grade 27, that is realigning an employee that is currently performing SCADA work for the utility admin department, moving that person from IT and regrading them to that SCADA network administrator. Okay. Also, we would be adding in the utility billing specialists. Those are the positions that would really transition from the billing specialist within finance department. That is what we would consider a lateral transfer over into utility administration. And then also the creation of a utility clerk. That would be the positions that were priorly classified as a finance clerk, which we feel like based on job responsibilities, that position should be eliminated through our comp plan altogether, and realigning those positions to utility admin and define them as a utility clerk. That also would be really considered a lateral transfer and primarily a change in job title only. Their job duties will primarily remain the same. And so those are the changes we're recommending now, but myself and city manager will be coming back with an additional revision to the comp plan that includes the market adjustment salary bands and the experience scale that we implemented back in December, and with some more good information coming forth.
Madam Clerk, you want to read the ordinance, and then we can begin to get into it.
This is the first reading of ordinance number 1971, an ordinance amending CDO 2-96 pertaining to the classification plan, compensation plan, and policies and procedures for city personnel.
I move for approval of the first reading of ordinance 1971.
Thank you, Mr. Cardle. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Terry, thank you. We are in discussion. For the public's benefit, this is the beginning culmination of about a 2-year process. And the purpose of it was to eliminate the arbitrariness, if you will, and the realignment of staff, and also the proper classification of staff, and to do it in a very objective way. Our compensation study is based on data looking at other communities our size, and then comparing different positions within those communities. Just wanted you to know what all that was about. Anything else? Roll call, please.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Sorry about
I
that.
gotta ask that number one question. This report is great. There's no current employees losing their jobs because of this.
Yes, sir, Mr.
Classification.
Atkins, that is correct. So
And then there's how many additional new positions in this plan?
in this plan, as far as new positions, is one with the electrician. The other position is a SCADA network administrator, but that is an employee that is currently performing those job duties now. It's just a realignment, but brand new positions, well, actually two. It's a finance director and then a electrician.
Well, you got this fine audience tonight, so, I ask questions for the benefit of the audience, but also ask questions for the benefit of those who are checking us out,
Yep.
watching us, so, thanks. Thank you.
Anything else? Roll call, please.
Commissioner Cottle,
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Terry,
Yes.
Mayor Paris.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Holland,
Yes.
Commissioner Atkins.
Yes, ma'am.
Item 8 is a report from our city manager, Mr. Coffey.
Thank you, Mayor Commissioners. We have several items to talk about. The first thing we have talked a little bit about is a joint meeting with the county to discuss and continue to develop the EDA concept, and then discuss other topics at your all's pleasure. When working with Julie Wagner over at the county, we have came up with possibility of July 15th at 10 a.m. and are floating that date out there. She's doing the same with the court in the morning, and would ask you to reserve that day for now, if that's okay with you all, unless you all have.
What day of the week?
It will be on
Thursday.
a Thursday,
Thursday, July 15th. What
And-
time?
And started time is at 11:30?
10 a.m. right now, sir.
10 a.m.
You can tell he's retired, can't you?
Man.
and
I'm trying to
it's
keep the park
Wednesday.
actively involved. July the 15th.
The 15th?
July 15th at 10 a.m.
And it's here.
We'll have it somewhere to be determined, site to be determined. We'll take a head count and try to make, the request of the fiscal court last week was not to have it in the basement in this building. That's about the best room for it. And so we'll come up with somewhere creative and try to get out in the community somewhere.
Maybe the Community Arts Center?
Possibly, if it's big enough, yeah. It depends on the seating,
Yeah.
yeah.
Or maybe we'll talk to Magistrate Sammons and see if he'll indulge us in the basement.
Wow. Just the commissioners and the court members?
It will be a joint city-county meeting.
Public.
And it will be a public meeting, yes.
Right.
It will be a workshop, so there will not be public discussion, or public, hear the public sessions.
Yeah, I just wonder if the art center is big enough, though.
Yeah.
I still want that social distancing myself when we meet with them guys.
We'll consider that, and we'll continue, if that date's good with the fiscal court tomorrow, we'll pick a location that'll work.
And change the time?
If they'll move to 11, we'll see.
Negatory.
No, I'd rather we started at 9, but that's okay.
Can we move it to 9?
Somebody said 7:30 this morning.
Well, y'all can move it to when you want to move it to, right? My appearance might not be till 10:30, 11 o'clock, but, you know, we want to go ahead and start, you know.
10 it is. 10 it is.
See how we compromise over here?
Anything else, Earl?
Yes, I got 3 more items. We are asking you all whether or not you agree. What I'd like to do is, we went to the Kentucky League of Cities, one of the minor summer conference they had a few days ago, and thought occurred to us that we could develop a local, with all the talk we have had and about an EDA and all this economic development incentive talk. What we'd like to do is create a economic development, really symposium by definition, and that came from Brian Huxley at Center. That word fit what we were describing. But the idea is to sit down as another joint city-county meeting, invite the EDP, and invite other members of the community to sit in and listen. We'll broadcast it, and it will be a conference-style education sessions. It'll be a series of those back-to-back. All of which are centered on economic development, little discussion, but more of an information flow that we hear individually as we go out to trainings. But this would be an opportunity for all of us to sit in the room at the same time and hear the message together. And I don't think we've done that before, but we should probably. And it's an effort to get us all on the same page and provide all of us full information that we all hear separately, right? And so I'm suggesting that we do that, and asking you all really permission to go ahead and work in that direction. We would target August 31st right now, and in talking to Julie today, looking at the fiscal court's calendar, it would be a situation where we start maybe at 9 in the morning. Sorry, Mr. Atkins. But start about 9 in the morning and go through maybe 1:30 or 2 o'clock. Have 3 to 4 speakers come in and provide presentations. One, for example, is we would be seeking as a site selection consultant to come in and talk about what communities or what companies are looking for when they evaluate communities, and so that we all hear that self-evaluation process. So
That's 2 months. Do we need 2 months?
to get everyone committed, your speakers particularly sometimes can help that time. And so right now we're shooting for August 31st. That'll give you a chance to do the joint meeting on the 15th and just continue through the summer with the work ongoing.
And
it
that
will-
would include the physical court as well.
Yeah, and it will be an expenditure of some money, not a lot, but certainly we would ask with Brian at Center, maybe we can work with Center College, and I know Jamie's over there, but maybe we can work with them on some space and really make it an education-style presentation. And so long as you all don't say no, we'll work in that direction.
Or RECC for both of them.
RECC may be a good spot, yeah.
Everybody good with that?
Is fiscal court going to confirm both of these dates?
That's, Ms. Wagner is carrying that request to them tomorrow.
Okay.
Yep.
What else?
Next is budget report. Lay that down in front of you. We were able to take our end year-to-date through May and create the 3-page report for you that's in a traditional format that you're accustomed to seeing. The general fund right now will start at the first page. The operating revenues are trending a little bit better than budgeted. We were very conservative last year as COVID was really becoming a reality. No one really knew what to expect, and so we did budget conservatively. That is shown with the revenues exceeding the year-to-date budget. The expenses, likewise, as staff, we continue to be conservative through today, and will continue to do so until we really have an understanding of where we go. As we talked about during the budget process, the revenues of the city are not expected or projected to be back to 100% or of pre-COVID revenues for some time. Right now, the message that we have received is that the city's revenues will only be at 90% or are projected to be at 90% of pre-COVID revenue through the end of the fiscal year or the end of the calendar year we're in now, which is December of 2021. So we will be in recovery for some time, and we are still reacting with both our expenditures and our revenue forecasts as such. At the end of the day this year, that you're looking at a revenue over expenditure net gain of $1.4 million, which is the bottom of that first line with significant capital on the way. So we feel good about that position for today, and we'll continue to monitor revenue and the trend. So long as it continues to be positive, we'll continue to proceed with the development of the budget as we've described. Municipal aid is, and some of the other funds are balanced. Essentially, municipal aid, we did pave a little bit more than we brought in, to the tune of a reduction of the fund balance for that of $53,000. In the actual, I'm talking mostly from the actual column, just for the sake of expediency. Stormwater fund is net of a $72,000 increase. Keeping in mind, if you'll notice, the capital line there is very low. We did delay capital in the stormwater program until we saw how revenue would react. The next page has the garbage fund. Of course, that's a break-even fund, and you'll see that there is an operational transfer from the general fund of $45,000 that has matched the budget, partly because of some of the effort of the city engineer. We'll give Josh credit for identifying some nuances which stabilized that transfer and stabilized the revenue. The utility fund is, again, break even. When you the capital investment so far this year is $1.5 million, and so then therefore your net is a negative $1.3 million, 1.37. So then the net profit or the net positive is a couple $100,000 there without doing the math, about $150,000 or so. So the utility fund is also break even as predicted, and the parking fund is the operational transfer is $72,000 from the general fund. Parking revenue is down and is under budget, and so therefore we would expect the transfer from the general fund to continue to be high and higher. On the third page is the summary of all funds. And we are well above on revenue. You can see a budget variance on the year-to-date budget for all funds, trending slightly higher. On the expenditures, again, staff is working diligently to make sure that we're under budget on expenses. And the net variance is positive for the city. Excluding capital, it's not as big as it looks there because capital is included. So we wanted to give that to you. We're moving towards having that as the regular agenda item at the second meeting of the month as we go forward. Any immediate questions on that?
Well done.
Certainly, we'll make ourselves available this week. We know that wasn't in your agenda packet, and certainly if you want to digest it and then reach out to us towards the end of the week, we'll be around if you have any additional questions.
Okay.
Certainly, we'll make ourselves available. The next thing we have is we want to talk about an article in the paper and go ahead and get in front of the discussion about the detox facility to be located in Argyle. We want to bring that to your attention and note that the city has property adjacent to the facility, and we'll be receiving a letter from Planning and Zoning, and we want to make sure we're in front of that discussion to the degree that we can be, and open really up this report for a discussion around that topic, if we could.
When will that report?
The letter, we anticipate receiving the letter from Planning and Zoning in the month of July. In speaking to the director, I think letters are going out to the neighboring property owners around the 14th. And what would be requested in the letter is a position from the city commission as a property owner. So we would have an opportunity to express thoughts, both in writing. We would also have an opportunity to attend the meeting and express an opinion. And so at this time, I guess we would, we've all heard about it by now, and so certainly we want to talk about it preemptively.
And if
Anything
I
else on
could,
your- I'm sorry, Jay, go ahead.
if I could, Mayor, too, I just wanted to add, I think it'd be important to give a quick synopsis of the question that would be presented to you and then the position to be sought thereafter. Essentially, what has been requested is an amendment to a general development plan by a potential purchaser of real property that would like to change the current development plan of a long-term care facility to a drug rehab center. And that general development plan amendment question will go before Planning and Zoning, who will have final jurisdiction of that issue. That will not come before the Board of Commissioners at any time. Action by the Planning Commission is determined to be final action, appealable to Circuit Court and beyond if necessary. So as an adjacent property owner, the city is allowed or requested to take a position, and due to the time that may transpire between meetings and the sending of those letters, as the city manager indicated, we requested that it be before you tonight to either start formulating an opinion or even vote, if you are prepared to do so, to take an official position. And the position would be, do you think the requested amendment to the general development plan is compatible with the area as an adjacent property owner? That's the legal question before you.
And for those in attendance, the city's adjacent property is?
Is Millennium Park. And so to that end, you are able to look at if you think the request is compatible with the neighborhood as a property owner or not. And based upon your motion, we could submit a letter stating the position of the commission. And with your instruction, I could also attend as counsel to present your position to the Planning Commission and essentially argue it before them as the final arbiter of the request.
I personally would like more information. I don't know about you all.
I would, and I would like to hear from.
Oh, we're going to hear from them.
When you say
I think it's good that we all hear the same thing at the same
Right.
time. I mean,
Yeah.
that's.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah.
Good point. You okay with that? So, I don't
What
think
do you
we're
mean? What information do you want precisely?
Well, would like to know their operational platform. Would like to know more about the little that I've read about their security. Leaves a lot of questions in my mind. I think there's some detail in there that needs to be addressed.
So in order to, we only have what has been filed of record.
Right.
Actually, we don't have that
No,
at this
not
point.
yet.
Can we get that? Can we see that?
We will be privy to that as any adjacent property owner, I would think, which there's going to be some time lapse, of course. So if that letter is sent out on the 14th, we meet on the 15th, I believe.
I mean, the only thing we've read is what we've read in the paper.
I understand. But you know what the general nature of the request is.
Yeah, the commission meets on the 12th and 26th of July,
And then the hearing before the Planning Commission is the,
28th.
so our meeting straddles what will be the official request, and therein lies the problem. I mean,
Well,
we
we
can, of course, schedule
Call
a meeting
Yeah, just do a call meeting.
to address the issue. But I think the point is tonight, do you want to take a public position on it? And then understandably, we could schedule another meeting to provide what other additional information we have or are given at a later date.
Yeah. What, so what do you all think about as appropriate response? What information do you need? Like you're suggesting you need more information. So what can we provide you to make to form an opinion and to give staff direction on how to handle the situation as a neighboring property owner.
Well, I think all that would be fine and dandy. My question would be, are we allowed to take input and, from other adjoining property owners besides just the city? Can we hear from the people in both or all three neighborhoods that are affected? And
Well, sure you can. Just as you're making your public position, you would do it as you would any other public position that you make, to consider the opinions of those that you were elected to serve. And then you can use those comments as a basis of your opinion or not on your final vote.
again, I just asked that question because I think people in the community need to know that we can be approached.
Yes, on this particular issue, there would not be, this matter will not come before you. I don't have to give that instruction to you to not have public interaction on it.
We ignore you anyway. So
Well, at that point, it's on you and your ethical standards, Commissioner. But in this case, it would be appropriate if you want to have public input on it. I will say this to your question, though, Mayor. While we will provide to you the application, that will be all, in fact, you're entitled to receive. So questions that you may have therein will maybe lead to your vote and arguments either for or against,
Okay.
but you will not have an opportunity to ask questions that are not provided in the written documentation. The record will stand for itself.
And we always use, I shouldn't say, some of us always use social media to get at some of the other information about a business or a company that's attempting to come to town. And I would encourage the citizens to do the exact same thing.
And I would also, but my one word of caution to you is it's not so much the company that is important here. To frame the
Understand.
conversation, it's about the intended use of the property that is on, that is the subject matter. So it really, the type of the company, its equity position, where it's located, what it does, its financials, either strong or weak, have no bearing on the situation
and I'm
whatsoever.
not- yeah.
It's simply, the question is the property in question appropriate for use as a drug rehabilitation center at that location?
So-
That's the question. Is it compatible with the neighborhood? That's your question.
So their experience in running these kind of places and any of that kind of stuff is not
Irrelevant.
Means no.
real.
Irrelevant.
Yes.
I guess.
Well,
that's-
you-
Strictly a land use discussion.
But this is an amendment to an existing comp plan?
To a general development plan.
General development plan. Do we get to see what that general development plan is? Is that included?
You will see the written application of what they intend to amend. Upon investigation, we can provide you what was originally approved. I imagine that would be before the Planning Commission, but that's something that we could request so you could see what was originally approved.
Yeah, I'd like to
some
see the
5,
existing.
6 years ago.
Existing versus what the new would be.
Okay, we can prepare that for you.
Okay.
But to answer your original question, I think that we should take some sort of position and
Yeah.
But not tonight.
not.
No, not
Right.
tonight, no.
Okay. Anything else, Earl?
No, sir, that's it. We will work.
I had a
And
comment.
Commissioner Holland.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking down.
Okay, well,
Sorry.
I printed some things off, and I guess it was like 3 o'clock today that I read these, so I could probably share with you now or later.
About
It
his
was just kind of the history of the development,
Go ahead.
which you can kind of get at the courthouse, but anyway. One was when it first started at 2004, and then it was a zone change in 2014, and then the minutes. And there are some neat little tidbits. I don't know if it's now okay time to share that?
You're
or-
free to do so now if you'd
Got
like.
everybody's attention?
I read these
Yeah.
at 3 today, and to me, it formulated my opinion, but I think I probably need to share these with all the commissioners and make some copies. We've all gotten a lot of calls about this facility, and we need a facility like this in Danville, but not in a general residential neighborhood next to a city park. In 2014, it was changed to NCR C, commercial. And then in 2020, it became general business, which was the same, and it had a lot of allowable uses. And the minutes are very interesting. And like I said, I read these couple hours
This is
earlier.
planning and zoning minute?
So in the September 3rd, 2014 minutes,
Okay.
when they approved this, it was based on certain items. Attorney Nesbitt presented his case as follows. B, the request agrees with the housing objectives and goals that support efforts to construct and maintain affordable housing. So that was a reason for the zone change, and this is not affordable housing, and it's temporary. So it doesn't fit one of his arguments. The second one that stood out was E. Ironically, it said the proposed use is a good transition to the adjoining park. So his argument for the long-term care facility was E, next to the park, was positive. This is not appropriate. And then last, and I think this weighs with the Planning Commission, says Commissioner Manning asked if the office received any calls expressing concerns about the request for a long-term care facility. Most of the callers were okay with the proposed request. So this is not the case with this request. There's lots of concern and lots of calls for concern. And it was approved based on those items. So something to think about. So I don't think it's compatible with the general residential neighborhood next to a city park.
Commissioner, if you want to, we can distribute that. If you want to make, if you want to provide those copies
love
to the city
to.
clerk, she'll take care of it for us, and we'll make that part of our record here.
And I apologize for not working on it earlier.
No, don't
It was a
apologize.
very busy week. So,
That's okay.
Do not
I
apologize.
appreciate the
No.
work
well,
you did.
I want to
That's great.
share these.
Well, we're still in the section where it says city manager report, right?
That is correct.
Okay.
We just
So
did a
we'll
good
move
job. Thanks,
right-
thanks, Commissioner.
We'll move right on into the section that we promised called Hear the Public. I appreciate your all's hour and 15
Can I just be
minutes.
clear on one instruction? Just so we know as we're setting this up. I think your intention was that you take a public position. I understand that to be the case.
Yeah.
But the follow-up question that is, are you going to request that we not only prepare a letter, but we actually argue your position for the Planning Commission? That is something we need to know from a scheduling standpoint on my end, and I think it would serve for the benefit of the city and those intended to know that as well, too. I need to know whether we need to, if we're going to be preparing to make argument.
I would ask that it be the city attorney strictly because I cannot be here that day.
And I would say.
And so he's the next logical person.
We
not
have
the
a
most
lot of,
logical.
we have a lot of citizens here present tonight, and I'm going to assume and get myself in trouble that they're here to talk about this issue and another issue very close to that neighborhood. I'm not suggesting that we break protocol. I think it's important that we hear what they're going to say and that they understand normally when we have this through the public at this point, we don't take a stance. We don't give an opinion. We try to take it all in here and at some later date formulate an opinion. So I think we need to get to hear the public section. Jenny's been a great setup for it, and
So as I was saying, thank you for your patience for an hour and 20 minutes now. I hope you have gotten a little bit of indication of how your city operates and some of the issues we deal with, and hopefully it is met with your approval. We are going to move right into the Hear the Public section, where you have the opportunity to speak on any item that is not on tonight's agenda. We do limit each speaker to 3 minutes. So, who's first? Come right on, Ms. Jensen.
Make sure they say
Yeah, we need your name, rank, serial number.
My name's Ed Edson. I live at 1070 Argyle Woods Drive, and I am also the president of our little homeowners association. Our portion of the property coming off Maple Avenue is the first 18 units that was built there on Argyle Woods Drive. And this goes to safety and concerns, of our 18 units, 11 are occupied by single females. It's not a 55-plus community, but in reality it is, with the exception of 2 or 3 tenants. So I could just, when we all bought our units, as well as the new little single-family homes that have been built there, I don't think any of us could ever imagine in our wildest dreams that the nursing home would ever be converted to a detox center. And I only read in the paper what you all read, but the fact that he wants to put in a white-collar, resort-type detox center when he has one in Florida and is going to put one in California, to put that type of facility in Danville, to me, just does not pass the smell test. I really don't know how else to describe it. But on behalf of our residents, I can foresee a lot of sleepless nights. And I know that the article stated that it was going to be secure and be white collar, but I doubt seriously that the amendment will address that, and over time it will just become a detox center like every other one. So thank you for your time.
Thanks, Ed.
Thanks.
Who's next?
Hi, excuse me, my name is Diane Hamlin, and I live in Argyle Woods as well. 2 questions which may or may not be able to be answered. Number 1, are there any city ordinances that address the fact that a detox center would be so close to a city park? And not only close to the city park, but there's an actual entrance to the park right adjacent to this proposed area.
We have no ordinance to that effect.
No ordinance. Okay. And then the second one is, with as much industrial park area as there is in Danville, why would they choose a residential area for such an atrocity? That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's John Perry. I'm a professor of economics and finance. I'm also a husband, a father of 4 wonderful children, and a longtime city resident. And I came here with the idea of bringing this issue before, so I appreciate it already being brought up. I am not, in full disclosure, an attorney, and I'm not a property and zoning expert. But I do think this is something that the commission should think about, particularly for two primary reasons. One, as a city, you get to look at planning and zoning and how the city develops, right? That's the goal, is how do the pieces fit together and what's appropriate. And so isn't a short-term detox center appropriate for a long-running residential single-family home, lots of single residents there? Is that appropriate? Is that in congruence with what the city wants? So as a global sort of view of it. Second, as the property owner, right? You're a significant property owner right next to it. There's Little League games. I sit on the board of a soccer club that routinely has games and lots of activity there. The schools, Bull County cross-country and Centers cross-country teams, they run through here all the time. This is a very active place. As was mentioned before, it's one of the 3 gateways into this gem of a park that we have. And essentially, the parking lots overlap between the facility in question and the facility, the park that y'all own, that the city owns. Is it in the best interest? Is it in the long-run vision? Is this where we want to go? And those are things I wanted to bring up. I have read some of the summary plan description, the application, and the idea of 30 to 40 short-term detox beds being put into this facility, and leaves me with a lot of questions on how well, it doesn't leave me with a question that it's not appropriate for any of the property owners or the community. And I want to be very clear, this is not in opposition to any form of detox. Everyone, I think, in this room has been touched by the scourge of drugs. It is an emotional and a devastating thing that has affected our entire state. These facilities are needed. The question, and this is planning and zoning, right? Where do you put them and how do you best build your community? At the beginning of this meeting, you did a planning and zoning change about a historic property. And a couple of you noted how incredible this was that we were able to have sort of this win-win situation. Well, that's what planning and zoning is for, is a win-win situation. How do we be better together? And so that's what I would leave you with. Thank you.
Who's next?
I'll give it a shot. I'm Daron Stewart, proud Danville resident, Ghost in Blue. Been here my whole life except when I didn't serve in the United States Air Force. And I think this boils down to common sense. I mean, I've worked in healthcare for 35 plus years. There is no question of the need, and as been mentioned, there is no question around the value of the type of effort and work that these types of centers do. The question is just a basic common sense question of location and purpose and future of what this decision might mean to Lenox, to Millennium Park, to the area that they are proposing. A 30 to 40 bed facility in the healthcare nature of any type takes a ton of vendors, a ton of staff, around-the-clock security, and things that I don't think you're going to have the time to dig into and address before the position that you take in favor or as opposed to is going to be requested of you to put forth. 30 to 40 beds of people staying in what will be an inpatient capacity, the resources required to run that facility in an OSHA compliant, in a JCHO compliant manner are astronomical. And I'm sure the gentleman or the company that's proposing this has a plan for all that, but he's not a Danville resident. He doesn't have vetted kids' interests in this community. The area of Lenox is there's a ton of traffic through that neighborhood. Argyle as well, especially during the school system. And where 30 to 40 residents, the staff to facilitate them, where they're going to park, where the vendors that service that facility are going to be able to drop off, turn around, all those detailed logistics that are going to add to the complexity of this type of facility being located where it's proposed are questions this city, as our leaders, you all need to consider and take into account as you take a position to not favor the location in our neighborhood.
Good evening. I'm Tom McBee. I've been a resident of this city for about 30 years. I've lived on Lenox for that entire time. I'm not really sure what this man has in mind, but I can only second what this gentleman ahead of me said. And if you folks never lived there when the bridge was out by Center College and we became US 127 Auxiliary, I do. I remember that summer. I remember the number of policemen that had to spend hours out there trying to keep it from being the Indianapolis Speedway. I also recognize one of my neighbors here tonight who talked about being a father of 4 children. An awful lot of children on Lenox. I'm not sure about where Mr. Atkins lives. I don't get up in that area. I'm not a spring chicken anymore. I don't run around a lot. However, I strongly suggest you people on this council do something for this city. and that is take a strong position to deny this gentleman his request. I also recommend what this young lady said here about other places in Danville. I can't imagine a place like that not needing access to grocery stores, drugstores, and common sense places. You're going to have a parking problem, you're going to have a traffic problem, you're going to have a police problem. I strongly recommend you take a strong stance against this gentleman's plan. Thank you for your time.
I'm sorry, I have this on because I had some surgery. My restaurants require me, I wear blue bandages, so, sorry, it looks kind of goofy. At any rate, I actually, isn't there a guy from the Planning Commission here?
He's that.
Seriously? Okay, that shouldn't be allowed. You
Your-
probably need to
your
talk
name-
to
your
that.
name,
I'm
please.
sorry, I'm Julie Bazile-Pop. I am over at the Lenox area. I actually run a bunch of Pizza Huts. I'm an area director with Pizza Huts in Lexington and Eastern Kentucky. We don't own the one here, sorry. So at any rate, yeah, so your presentation, very nice. The program that you have coming, very nice. I'm sorry to hear it looked like we had a lot of manual stuff. So that looked challenging. But I actually just wanted to say that I work with a lot of kids that are in the younger group that get drug challenges. And we did some research, and there's only a 30% success rate. And the program is you have 30 to 40 beds that will be in there, which on a program of 30 to 45 days means that 12 people will probably not make it. It's located next to a park, which will be exposed to a lot of young folks. And that's probably, I don't know that from any research, but that's probably a place where folks go, which is what I see in a lot of where I work. Unfortunately, they relapse again, which would open that up. And usually, from the research, 25% of these folks cannot be exposed to minors. And with an entry to a park, there'll be a lot of minors in these parks and around. I have 3 children myself. Well, they're grown, but one's going to have another, so I'm going to be a grandma, and they'll be visiting, and I would like those folks to be taken care of. So at any rate, hopefully we'll be able to do something about that and take care of our folks. And again, there's a lot of industrial areas that would better serve and have support centers around. Because if somebody does relapse, you got to have medications and stuff, or ambulances and stuff in those areas, and that's going to be hard to access, especially at a park. So, thanks. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Robin Cooper. I also live on Lenox Drive. Brought my children, so thank you for the civics lesson, and they are getting to learn about city government, so thank you for that. Thank you for also listening to us this evening. I was able to, like anyone else that is a citizen of Danville, obtain the application from Planning and Zoning for this facility. As was mentioned earlier, this is an inpatient medical facility, maximum of 40 beds, with approximately 30 staff, medical staff. We're talking psychiatrists, nurse practitioners. This is not a halfway house. This is their first step to detox, and that's what this facility is. And this is not a locked down facility. They did state in the conditions that they would have a fence around the property that would be gated, but they said they would deter residents from leaving the facility. There is nothing to keep them from walking out, essentially. And so what they're going to walk out to is our city park. And so what's going to happen when we have kids running cross country and they're approached by someone that's left the facility? Or someone that, like my children, in their yard, who is approached by someone? And the increased traffic. I mean, this has been a concern for years now, the traffic in our neighborhood. And when we bring in the vendors and the staff there, that's just going to increase that additionally. And I think going back to Commissioner Holland's comments on the details of the history of this property, that's something that's very important to look at. That in 2014, this was amended as business to be able to increase the capacity of the facility. And that amendment was very specific that it would relate only to assisted living. We just keep creeping a little bit further away from the intended use of this property. And I think we have to look at, is this compatible with the area? And have there been any, as the application indicates, have there been any economic, social changes that would justify this? And when you look at Lanoc, when you look at the city park, which is, I would argue, one of the city's greatest assets, and you look at Argyle Woods, I don't see any social, economic, or physical changes that would warrant this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Patricia Wilson. I live in Argyle, so this is the third of the interconnected neighborhoods. As so many others have already eloquently said, this is a public safety issue. It is a public safety issue in terms of increased traffic from staff. In fact, I drove down there today to just actually look at how many parking spaces there are. There aren't sufficient parking spaces now to meet what they propose for staffing patterns during the day. The vendors, these three neighborhoods are heavily pedestrian, lots of children playing, but lots of people out walking and walking to the park. Increased traffic would only increase the risk for the individuals who live in those neighborhoods. Another public safety concern, in the news article it said that the residents would be carefully screened and that those with extreme criminal records would not be allowed to enter. I would always ask, what does extreme mean? I am a social worker by training. I understand the need. I also understand that staffing for any type of residential facility is an ongoing dilemma. It's hard to keep trained, capable staff. When that staff turnover happens, it impacts the ability of the facility to safeguard their residents and to safeguard their community. And that has become a very real concern for the neighborhood, for the city, for the police. I'm also concerned about when you have 30 to 40 residents, it's in the business's best interest that they maintain a fairly high census. So that means you're going to have constant rolling admissions and discharges. So in addition to staff, in addition to vendors, there's going to be who's going to be bringing the residents in, who's going to be taking them out, how's that going to be maintained. And again, as the person before me just said, AWOLs are a realistic the reality of what happens in a facility. So I would encourage the commission to think about the strain that this would put on the public safety aspect for the community, for the city, and for the residents of all the neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Couldn't stand it, could you, Tom?
I want to thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, for the questions that you've asked and the opportunity that you've listed.
Your name,
My name is
please,
Tom
sir?
Cummins, and I'm a resident of Lanoc. Now, I'm looking at it from a different standpoint that I think the city should look at. Property values in the Argyle, Lanoc area is very desirable. Property normally does not stay on the market long. People want to live in that area. I've just recently, a piece of property went on the market in the morning, and it was sold by sundown that day. I mean, people want to live there. Now I see property sitting out there week after week with signs in the front yard saying it's for sale. What's changed? The only thing that has changed in the last few weeks is this proposal to change that location from a long-term care to a drug rehab center. People are looking at that now and say, do I want to live in this neighborhood? If I can, I may pay less for it. How is the tax revenue developed from the city off residential property in the city is based upon what it's sold for the last time. Now that we have a desirable area, the tax base goes up. You make it a less desirable area, your tax base is going to go down. So when you look at it from, not only, I agree with everybody here, but not one person has brought it up. How is it going to affect the city? And I think the city revenues, you'll start seeing decline. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Anyone else? Going once? Going twice?
Keith Cooper, also on Lenox. What he said is right. I think if you would like to see, half of the houses in Lenox go on sale, then we let this go through. And it would have an impact on, the values and tax base. I don't think any of us knew that Earl was going to bring this up as part of his, so if we had, we probably would have discussed this at the beginning. I think we would all like for you all to take a position as soon as possible. I think your staff is telling you that, and I think as citizens, we'd like for you to do that. Again, we're not against these kind of facilities. We just don't think it's appropriate in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Going once, going twice. We thank you for your time. We thank you for your input. You're certainly welcome to stay for the second half of the movie, but if you choose to leave, we understand. Councilor Dexter?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to circle back around to my question pre-hear the public, and that is, I know you have a desire to take a public comment. My question to you is now, again, are you ready to do so tonight? If not, when, so we can have it scheduled? What I have to do is not only get it scheduled, but write argument, which, depending on your vote tonight, may have written itself, and present it to you for approval. What I'm saying is we need to either schedule a special meeting now to do so in order to, so I can prepare it, you can approve it at one of your regularly scheduled meetings, prior to the planning and zoning meeting, which again is the 25th, 28th. So I'll leave it in your hands either for motion or direction, but we need clarification as staff on direction to go as a simple scheduling matter at best.
Let me start by asking for a motion, if there is one.
Motion to...
Motion for what?
Take a position and what that position would be.
I definitely think we should take a position, and I think we should argue that position at the P&Z meeting. And I'll throw it open to discussion as to how we vote. I can tell you what I think, but I think Commissioner Hollins said what she thinks.
I think what Councilor Dexter is asking for softly is, do we want to hand him a position tonight?
Well, I'll make a motion to move us toward a position, regardless of where my resident lies right now. And after hearing the testimony tonight, I move that the City Commission take the stance to be opposed to changing the facility as it's currently identified in the plan.
We have a motion by Commissioner Atkins, a second by Commissioner Cottle. We are in discussion.
I was going to say, the way I'm thinking is similar to you all in one way and different in another, I guess. But so I think the tendency is to think maybe the worst of the folks who might be at this facility, and I don't want to do that because I know some people who have struggled. It's an illness like anything else, and that's one thing we know, that we'll have 30 or 40 beds full of people who have an illness that requires intensive treatment, staff, everything everybody else has mentioned. So to me, it comes down with, number one, the things that Commissioner Holland brought to bear about their intent, their prior intent, and what they said they would do, and how this does not, in my opinion, jive with that, and the fact it's just not the right spot. So that's where I am.
Mr. Dexter?
Yes,
I
sir.
think because of the seriousness of this proposal, that's on the table, I'd like to request that we do a roll call vote to give you a definite indication of where we stand.
Yes, sir, that's appropriate.
I had one more comment.
We're still in discussion.
Oh,
Yes,
okay.
ma'am. No, you got it.
This is not just a Lanoc issue, and, this affects every citizen of Danville because everyone uses the park, so that's why I feel opposed to this as well, so. That's all.
I would still like to make sure that we stick to the appropriate process, and I would still like to see the information that we have requested.
Sure, what my plan would be is to prepare the argument based on your discussion tonight and have it for approval at your next meeting to approve the argument, and accompanying that would be in your packet the original application as well as potentially some of what Commissioner Holland gathered today and the conditions on the general development plan to begin with.
Okay.
To be clear, regardless of the vote tonight, you want to see that information.
He will present that when he
Right.
presents the
Just wanna
final
make sure.
statement that we are directing him to make.
Correct.
Yes, so by making a decision tonight, it gives staff an opportunity to develop a plan or a
Right.
strategy with regular meetings without having a special called meeting or without having special action to accommodate the scheduling.
Right, yes.
And I think it would also be very appropriate for citizens to mail to us, email to us, send to us the statements that were made tonight in writing as a basis for what we're making our decision on. Some of the basis of what we're using to make our decision on. So
Let me ask you, Commissioner Atkins, since we're going to make a decision tonight,
get him to draft a position, yeah.
okay?
So
And
to be
just
clear, you're
remember-
recommending that staff assemble an opinion based on your all's feedback of opposition.
Yes.
Was the
And
last word
that's-
you said opposition, right?
Opposition, and we will do that and present that to you at the next meeting.
Any further,
Well, and I think Mr. Dexter would probably agree that this is where we are as a commission, and this will all be sent to planning and zoning as a part of the evidence they use to make their decision.
That's right. We'll submit it in writing for the record ahead of time for the commissioners to consider. But based on the feedback received tonight, I also anticipate arguing it orally at the hearing on your behalf.
any further comments, questions? Seeing none, I will
I
call.
just wanted to, I'm slower.
You knew.
As you know, most of you know when the Planning Commission meeting will be, and it is of utmost importance to attend that.
That's more important than
That
this,
is,
really.
that is when, that's where the decision is made,
Yeah.
and I'm sure most of you understand that. But many of you work, now's the time to maybe make plans if you want to share then.
Good point.
Very important things.
What's the time for that meeting?
I
What
don't
day and
have a
what time?
time. I think usually it's at 9 a.m.
9 a.m.?
Yeah,
9 a.m.?
yeah, I don't have the time in front of me,
Do we have a
though.
date?
I believe it's the 28th, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
So we have a motion, a second. We've discussed it. Anything further? Commissioner Atkins has asked for a roll call vote.
Yes,
His
sir.
motion was to deny, and so a vote
Excuse
yes
me, Mayor.
would,
You don't have the authority to, I'm careful to craft the words here because it's important to not insinuate that we have a final authority on that matter. The motion was to take a position in opposition to amendment of the general development plan and to have an argument crafted as such.
Yes.
You said all that, Mr. Atkins?
That's what I heard.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Is that almost a direct quote?
I thought that's what I was saying in a different way. Okay?
Wait. It's called legalese.
So my point being, in the roll call vote, an affirmative vote is to deny. Just point of
The
clarification.
city is.
In
To be in opposition.
Opposition.
To be in
In
opposition.
Whatever.
Those are two different things.
That's a
I think
good
as long
point, though,
as
because they've
you
already
all
been there
understand what we're
once.
doing, then we're in good shape. so.
Whatever.
Okay.
As long as Stephen understands, that's all that matters.
Madam?
Commissioner Terry,
Yes.
Mayor Paris.
Yes.
Commissioner Holland,
Yes.
Commissioner Atkins.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Cottle.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Coffey, are there any other surprises coming before us tonight?
As a matter of fact, it's Haley's birthday over in the admin side, so we'll wish her a happy birthday. And she's, I don't think she's here, but.
We'll move
we'll just
right
tell her
into
that.
commissioner comments, if there are any. Mr. Atkins? Age before beauty, go ahead, sir.
Where y'all going?
Where y'all going? Come on.
All
Wait.
No, I'm kidding.
We're a third over.
Can I go with you? Yeah. Make a motion. Okay, all right.
Good to see you, Tom. Oh, yeah, of course it is.
Well, I think they showed up and they presented to us very respectfully. That was good.
Well, I do too,
That's
yeah.
right.
Was-
That's how it's supposed to happen.
Say that.
Thank you.
Yeah,
They were,
yeah.
Well said.
they were, nobody was argumentative.
What about Olivia? You get it all down?
Nobody was argumentative. They just stuck to the.
They just stay the facts. All right, commissioner comments. Mr. Atkins?
I'm still thinking about it. After that.
Then Commissioner Terry?
Look,
Commissioner Holland?
I picked something.
I'm looking
won.
forward to the
Okay.
looking forward to the fireworks. And
Okay.
I know Mike's here to talk about those.
Well, let's let him talk. No, just kidding.
Should I go?
Go ahead.
Just jump in.
Jump in.
Just jump in.
I'll wait for my turn. I want to thank Ashley for a wonderful new commissioner tour. It was all day in the heat. She was awesome. JH did attend for part of it. He's a little bit more wimpy. But it was just, I thank you. It was wonderful seeing how every single facility worked and meeting everyone. And I learned a lot. Thank you.
And I want to thank Ashley because I was there to take the blunt of all the harassment that was given out by only Ashley, no other employee, just Ashley.
Commissioner Cottle?
I don't think I have a thing, Mayor.
I have done my ride-along, and I'm going to continue to bring this up at every meeting until everybody has done their ride-along. Please call Chief Gray, and I encourage you to schedule it on a Saturday night.
Mine was scheduled for last 4th of July during COVID. I missed my.
You can reschedule now.
kidding.
Anything else?
I'll get one scheduled.
Seeing none, we'll move right on into payment of the bills. Chair will entertain a motion for the payment of the bills.
I move for approval, bill payment in the amount of $222,505.26.
Thank you, Commissioner Cottle. Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Holland, thanks. Discussion?
Once again, I just thank you for a large number of local sources for doing business with. So that's all.
No further comments. Call the question. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Item 10 is resolution number 2021-06-28-04, a funding agreement. Ashley?
This is the funding agreement that all community agencies that receive city funding for the fiscal year complete and turn back into us in order to receive their funding.
Do I hear a motion?
I move to pass resolution 2021-06-2804 as presented.
Thank you, Commissioner Atkins. Is there a second?
Second.
Eeny, meeny, miny. Commissioner Terry, second. Any discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Item 11 is the sewer utility cost of service discussion. Hello, Miss Allen.
Hello, how are you guys doing?
So far, we're holding up.
I promise to keep this short. I am going to just hit the highlights because I have spoken with Marshall and Earl to a great length about all the calculations in the cost of service study. And I think, Ms. Holland, you're probably the only one that didn't hear the presentation 5 years ago, 4 or 5 years ago.
I did not.
You're fortunate. I've learned. I've learned
Now.
Well, I've learned since then.
Cliff Notes,
No, we're
Cliff
not gonna
Notes
do that right
version.
now.
But I'm probably the only one in here that thinks this stuff is exciting, so. Like I said, we did a cost of service study in 2016, 2017, and the deliverable, if you will, of those studies is a revenue requirement, meaning how much revenue you need to generate to pay your bills. And in 2017, it was 4.8 million. This cost of service study that I just performed 5 years later has a revenue requirement of 6.6 million. The increase sounds a lot worse than it really is, really. But the increase that's beyond the cost of living adjustments is a result of 3 major expenses. One is, as Mr. Boyd talked about, the compensation survey you guys did for your employees. And as a result of that, Earl and Marshall have instructed me to make sure that I include a much higher % increase in that category than I normally do. Actually, it's 11% for the first 3 years and 3% too after that. So that's one reason, because as you know better than I, your employee expenses are major portions of your budget. Another thing is the wastewater treatment plant debt service. I'm sure you've heard a lot of discussion about that project. You are actually already paying some of the debt service. You're going to incur some more in phase 1, and then in phase 2, incur yet more. Phase 1 project cost increased a bit from the conceptual to the preliminary to your actual cost, or to your actual projected cost. And we have to be prudent and expect there may be some increases in phase 2 as well. And the third major reason that you had that much of an increase in your revenue requirements is the Lebanon Road project. I don't know how much you guys have heard about that, but it's mostly an industrial project. It's in 3 phases in the HDR report, and the first 2 phases, or 2 of the 3 phases, are mostly industrial. One of them, the timing is affected by one particular industry, and then one of the 3 stages, actually, some of your residential and commercial customers benefit from that stage as well. And I said it wasn't as bad as it sounded. 6.6 million, but not all of your customers participate in all that 6.6 million. And we talked about this at length 4 years ago about cost allocations.
Would you make sure you talk about this, because we can't get the public to understand this, so this is good.
Okay. Gosh, don't give me an excuse to talk. I'll be here all night. Now, cost-based rate, which this commission has set as a goal of theirs and a policy of theirs, is to ensure that if you have a customer class that causes an expense, that you try to recover that expense from that customer class. Now, oftentimes, an expense will benefit more than one customer class. And in that case, I'll give you an example real quickly. Spears Creek. I'm sure you guys have heard a lot about Spears Creek. The people that would benefit from a project to improve Spears Creek Pumping Station would be Mercer County Sanitation District, North Point Correctional Facility, and a few of your customers in that general area. Not everybody would benefit from that, but those 3 customer classes would benefit and would be expected to pay their fair share. And allocations not only identify who should pay for it, but it also comes up with a factor to use, whether you do it by how many gallons they contribute to the total flow, or there may be other times when you would want to use a customer count. There's various ways to do it. And when I say Marshall and Earl and I talked extensively about this kind of thing, it was mostly about how we allocate those, every expense, really. I'm not going to talk about every expense, but, mostly those large expense items. So is that enough? Okay.
Thank you.
And I don't know who said this wasn't exciting. I'm about to jump at it.
I really do like it. I mean, I worked for as a consulting engineer for most of my career, and I get to use that in doing this, but I really do enjoy this. And I plug Earl every time I'm up here, and I'll plug him again. It's fun to work for Danville because everything that I have to beg my other clients to do, Danville already wants to do. And it's very refreshing, and it does make it a lot of fun.
Can we move to your conclusions?
Certainly.
If you'll give us a breakdown of what all that means?
Okay. First of all, I did hear that last time you guys would have preferred us to step in the rates instead of all at once. So that's what we've done this time. And we've used the big capital projects and their timing to establish the step-ins. They could be altered as we just learn more. We may get some grant funds, stuff like that. So stepping them in will also give us an opportunity to revise them if you get grant funds for some of these major projects. But for your residential and commercial customers, your current rates, you have a customer charge of 4.28 and a volume rate of 4.70. Now, let's just talk about your 4,000 gallon customer. And I know you guys use cubic feet, but most of us are attuned to the gallons. So if your current rates, that would give you a $29.44 bill on 4,000 gallons. The first year of the 5-year planning horizon, that bill would be $30.58, or a 4% increase. The second year would be $32.69, an additional 7% increase. The third year would be $33.15, 1 more percent. The fourth year would be $34.24, 3% more. And then there would be no rate increase for the residential and commercial customers between year 4 and year 5. Your industrial customers, you can see on the paper, we kind of changed the way we're going to bill them. We've changed their customer charge and then increased their volume charge. They have increases of 2%, 7%, and then in year 3, they get a 22% increase. That's when 2 of those phases of that Lebanon Road project come into play. So that's where their big jump is. A little bit about your wholesale customers, Lincoln County, Mercer County, and North Point. They were not in the first cost of service study. This is the first time we've looked at the cost they actually cause you. And they're currently being charged $4.37. They all get a pretty big increase the first year, signifying that we've aligned their costs better. They get another increase, Mercer County and North Point, and that's mostly that Spears Creek project. And they all 3 share the wastewater treatment plant additional debt service. That kind of rounds out their percentage increases. Anything more on the rates before I go into the final sentence or two? Okay. Of the 2017 suggestions, you've either completed or looked at all of them except adding that extra strength class. We'll talk about that at a later time. We're still talking about it. I'd like to leave it as a suggestion and make sure that we're billing all customers of an industrial nature as industrial customers. I think that will benefit your existing industrial customers. And also continue to work on reducing non-revenue water because your non-revenue water is also has an impact on your sewer revenue. And
What's non-revenue water? I mean, I know what it is. Where does it come from?
Non-revenue water it's water that you are giving to your customers and not billing them for. Now, there's various uses. It can be city water that you're not going to bill for, or it can be water loss that you can't find. It can be slow reading meters. It can be inaccuracies in your reading. So I think Earl and Marshall are going to look at that more and make sure that we are reducing that as much as we can. And if you have any questions, I'm available to you. I'm available to your staff. I can give you as much detail as you would like.
What's your pleasure? Had enough?
I'm gonna wait for the movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good.
Thank you.
Okay,
So
thank
so
you.
these rates will require the adoption of an ordinance because they are above the COLA, and we'll prepare that unless you all oppose that at the next meeting.
Thank you.
Connie, I
Thank
appreciate
you.
your effort. I know, in Connie's, to her credit, she called me yesterday. She was working, so I appreciate that and appreciate your effort.
Nice to see you again. Safe travels. Item 12 is resolution number 2021-06-28-05. This is a water purchase agreement, wholesale nature with Springfield. Marshall?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commissioners, and thank you, Connie, for the work that you do for the city. We really appreciate it, and you laid it out very well for the folks. Appreciate that. I thought that's why everyone was here earlier. They left. I thought they were here to hear the utilities discussion and whatever. So
Sorry they missed it.
So up for discussion for this agenda topic is this is a wholesale agreement between the City of Danville and Springfield Water and Sewer Commission. This is in efforts to deliver safe drinking water to the folks on that side of Washington County in the Springfield area. In just brief history, in 2018 and 2019, due to the heavy rains in the area, there was 2 instances of failures where they had, it might have been, earth embankment slippage or something like that, where they lost a lot of water. The purpose of the project is to provide that interconnectivity between us and the city of Springfield and their Sewer and Water Commission to provide them a redundancy for safe drinking water is really what it comes down to. So this is it's about at the end of the day, it's a little over 4-mile project. It will start on the west side of Perryville and continue all the way into Springfield on the east side, just across the Washington County line. So that's about the gist of it.
Do I hear a motion for the resolution?
I move for approval of Resolution 2021-062805.
Thanks, Commissioner Terry. Is there a second?
Second.
Thanks, Commissioner Cottle. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Next item is the Parks Facilities Design Proposals. I'm going to try to move this along, Marshall. What you're seeking is the ability to move forward and interview the 3 firms that submitted.
Yes. So
Excuse me,
we
I'm sorry,
received.
Josh. Sorry.
Yeah, it's fine.
So, thank you, Mayor, Commissioners.
Just
Yeah, we
trying to move it
received three
along.
proposals on June 22nd, so there was no need to shortlist down to three. All three proposals were from very well-qualified teams of firms that could definitely handle what we asked them to in the RFP. I mean, this is kind of a big decision. This is the consultant team that will help us develop planning and design of our future park facilities that we've kind of outlined in the master plan. So, wanted to bring it to you all and just let you all see the proposals. I've left 5 copies of each one in your all's meeting room in there that you all can look at your leisure. But we need to develop an interview process. I talked to Earl, and I know we've kind of, done it different ways in the past. I mean, the 5 of you all could do the interviews and be the committee that votes that ranks the teams. We could set up a committee of city staff mixed with commissioners or other, citizens. It's really kind of however we want to set up a committee of some kind to conduct these interviews and do a selection process. It will eventually come back to you all for final approval for whichever firm we choose, but I want to kind of bring this to you all. This is something I did a lot of at the state, and I want to come up with a good method that you all are happy with, because I see us doing a lot more of this kind of thing in the very near future as we kind of accelerate things
Is there
forward.
any appetite to have this, I'm going to do this in steps, any appetite to have this discussion led solely by commissioners? Is there any appetite to have this discussion led in conjunction with staff?
Parks and Rec staff? Yes.
Yeah.
Evan Teague? Yeah.
Yeah, I think one way, we could do it, we could have a committee that has a couple of commissioners on it, along with, maybe myself, Evan, we could draw, there's different, it's really up to you all what way you want to go about this.
I think, then my third step is there any desire to have just staff do it and bring us a recommendation? I think they've got 2 people that want to be part of a committee.
Yeah, we could do it that way. I would lean more towards that, or since there's only 3 and this is a huge decision, letting us all 5 be on the interviews, but.
Would it be important to get somebody from the county to get involved in this? This is Parks.
No.
Who
Sorry,
said no?
I said no, sorry. I jumped in front of staff.
Well, it's
Well,
Parks
this is
and
a
Master
city,
Plan.
this is a city issue with city money on the table. So in this case, it wouldn't be appropriate to farm that out and input. This, our relationship with the county on Parks and Recreation is a subcontractor relationship. We're the vendor for the service provided by the county, and they have input in various ways as per our agreement. But on expenditures of the city, that's not one. So as a keeper of the correct
So with the
facet for the agreement, we should not do
Would the
that.
Parks Committee be allowed to have a representative on this? I just call them the Parks Board, but I call it the Parks Board.
In the effort of moving this forward, can I suggest, Josh, that you put some group together and include whatever commissioners want to be on it?
Well, I would like for all of us to receive the same information at the same time, and there are only 3. And I think this is a big decision, and it also goes hand in hand with our downtown master plan, and I think all 5 of us need to get the same information at the same time on this. I'm just one vote. We'll do whatever you all want to do.
Presentations would probably take about 2.5 hours. So you would have to have a special call meeting.
I understand that.
And interview them, and that's fine. I'm just describing that for the group.
Yeah.
And so you would have a special call meeting. We would, in this case, when we think about it, we would probably suggest 45 minutes each to give a presentation, a couple minutes in between to switch out. And then you can choose to either make a decision that day, or we can come back at the next regular meeting right after that and let you make a decision. A lot of times what we find is by the end of that meeting, you identify someone that you're most interested in working with, and you would then be asked to authorize staff to develop a contract with the highest ranked firm, which would be the next step. And so so the question like that we're repeating now is whether or not you want to do it as a special call meeting with the full commission, or have a subcommittee do it. Sounds like at least probably 1 or 2 commissioners, and certainly Parks and Rec representative from the department of the city. So Evan would be the logical candidate. Certainly would want Josh involved. And if there's someone else you can immediately think of, that's certainly acceptable to us.
I just think this is.
Those are probably
this
the two options.
This is a huge undertaking that Josh has taken on, like Randy in the last year. Has it even been a year yet, Josh? No, you've just been here since January.
Yeah, not yet
6 months. In
yeah.
6 months' time, Josh has just taken on so much. I don't know when you sleep, Josh, but
It's not that bad.
I think that this is a huge area that needs to be addressed, and I think that we need to help guide staff on this as much as we possibly can and still operate within our form of government.
Yeah, I think if you all are willing to commit the time to doing the interviews, I think it's entirely appropriate for you all to do that and be the group that makes this decision. I mean, like I said, it's a big decision, a long-term decision that is really impactful to the community.
I'm going to request doing this at the end of the day.
So have it
Some of us
after.
have to work during the day.
Yeah, we'll do like a 5:30 meeting. We'll let, yeah, we'll do,
I mean, that's fine. We can do it whenever, but I just think it's
Cocktail hour.
important for all 5 of us
Yeah.
to hear it.
I think we'll give the firms, once we make a decision on this, we need to give the firms at least, I'd say 3 weeks would be generous to give them time to prepare for this. That they'll want to know that they've been shortlisted. There was only 3. They're not aware that there were only 3. So they'll tell them that they've been shortlisted. They're going to be interviewed and give them time to prepare an interview. So I think 2 to 3 weeks would be enough.
We'll wait to hear from you.
Okay.
Item 14, resolution number 2021-06-28-06. This is proposals for an auctioneer realtor, Mr. Morgan.
Yes, the city received 2 proposals, one from VIP Realty and the other from Baker Auctions. Committee of city staff composed of myself, the city clerk, and the codes enforcement director reviewed the proposals and ranked them, and we ranked VIP Realty first and recommend that the commission vote to allow us to go into negotiations with them to prepare the contract, which we'll bring back at a later date for the services.
Before we get into the discussion, can I have a motion?
I move for approval of resolution 2021-06-2806. Forgot my
Second.
numbers.
Thank you, Commissioner Cottle. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Terry, thank you. We are in discussion.
So I just want to be clear here. There was an emphasis on auctioneer services in this.
Yes.
We're not looking to auction it at this time.
Well, we have property, specifically Tuggle Road, that we may potentially put on, try to sell in the next, 6 months to a year. So we were looking at this as an opportunity to bring somebody on board that can kind of guide us through that process. And it's going to start with an auction in the city. When city sells property, we were required to start with a public auction of some kind, whether it be an open, like in-person auction or sealed bid. We were required to do some method of public auction. So we'll have that be the first step. If we're not able to sell the property in that manner and for the amount that we want, then we can move into kind of listing it as, just listing it on the market. So we needed someone that could do
See
both
that?
potentially.
Okay,
That
that's
seems
not
backwards
how,
to me, but-
yeah, that does seem backwards, and
But
that's not what I thought we had
The
a discussion
disposition
on.
statute says that once you declare it surplus, it's disposed of very clearly by private sealed bid or public auction. And then you can set a reserve if you want to, but if you don't get what you want to, then you can dispose of it by any other reasonable means.
Okay.
But prior to that, it has to be by auction. And the intention behind it is clear that all taxpayers should have a right to participate. So that's the intention behind the statute.
Okay.
And you
I
can't do that
just-
in a normal listing situation.
Okay. I just didn't take that away from our discussion at all.
Sure.
So that's
Yeah.
okay.
We've got a motion and a second. Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, Chair call the question. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Item
Thank you.
15, update on the fireworks. Mr. McCurdy, you've been very patient. Thank you, sir.
You got some free ones to pass out?
Well, I'm going to try to use this podium for a couple of things tonight. It's an opportunity for me to be able to let the public understand, what the fire department stance is on fireworks and our emphasis upon safety. You know, we do have a city ordinance, you know, that allows people to use consumer fireworks July 3rd, 4th, and 5th, from the hours of 10 a.m. to 11 p.m. All fireworks are dangerous. We have multiple injuries every year due to fireworks. And as a fire department, our primary business is safety, right? And especially as a fire department personnel that has spent the last 20 years putting fireworks in the air. I intimately understand how dangerous these things can be. But I also enjoy the excitement of being able to do it. And I understand that everybody wants to do that. And that's the reason why we really want to encourage everybody to take the opportunity to come see a professional show, and a show that's done in the most safe manner as possible. You know, being in your backyard and enjoying family time, and, you know, the spirit of summer and our independence is great. But responsibly using fireworks is of utmost importance. We've got 1,200 children every year are treated for sparkler injuries, just sparklers. You know, we hand them to our 10-year-olds. And that's the biggest segment of people that get injured by fireworks is the 10 to 15-year-olds. Even professional shows, we have an average of 8 deaths caused by fireworks every year. There's over 19,000 fires started during the 4th of July due to firework incidents. So we've got, you know, all kinds of data showing, you know, that it's really important to have responsible use of fireworks, you know, be entrusted into the adults, and the adults need to take that responsibility seriously. And our stance is to, you know, leave the fireworks to the pros. Let us come out and see our show. We try to do our best to do it in a safe manner. And that leads me to what our next discussion is probably going to be. I'm here to answer some questions about some issues that have recently come up, and a position that we're trying to move forward and move forward into probably passing this baton off to a more professional organization to do the fireworks. We've identified over a little bit of history behind the fireworks. The fire department has been doing the fireworks for as long as I can remember, probably 20 years, maybe longer. And we started out by doing this as a community service, and we had very little knowledge of it. We just knew that you put it in a tube, you light it, and you run, you know, okay? And over the years of doing that, we learned what not to do a lot of times, and it's not necessarily the safest way of going about doing it. And as we went along, being safety-minded, we started trying to adapt that to do it in the most professional manner as we could. So we started trying to minimize our exposures. You know, we had 30 people on a firing line shooting fireworks. You know, we had 5 people lighting them, 5 people manning a box so that other people can grab them and run them up to the front so you can load them in a gun with ashes flying down to relight them. And it was an accident waiting to happen. And we identified those issues, and about 10 years ago, really started trying to do something and kind of follow along with some guidelines from the NFPA and with ATF and things like that, and getting certified and getting some people trained to do it properly. So we started setting up the system to be able to be shot with minimum staffing. We've got it down to the point where we were able to go from 30 people in danger on the firing line to 3 people. And we did that by making the system modular. We went through and we made all the boxes to where we didn't have to reload any tubes. We didn't have to do anything like that. We were able to make a modular system that we could run wire to and set off electronically. And that has done a great job. But one thing that it also has done is limited the amount of people that have the knowledge of how to do the job. So myself and Deputy Chief Mulholland are the only people that were authorized from the ATF to be responsible people for this ATF license. We do have some people that are employee possessors that are allowed to work under our guide. Deputy Chief Mulholland and I are getting closer to our retirement, and we don't have people that necessarily have the experience that we have with this, that we feel good about passing it down to. And nationwide, fire departments all over have gotten out of this business because of liability.
So let me jump in here and help you out a little bit. How many weeks are 3 people dedicated towards the implementation of the firework?
Over the years, it's varied considerably. Currently, right now, in the last couple of years, we've streamlined it down to pretty much 3 days that we've dedicated multiple personnel to it. There's been years in which we were setting up the modular system, that we were setting up the electronics, we were setting that type of stuff up, that there's a couple individuals that spent multiple hours doing that. Probably 80 hours, maybe more, doing that. But on a regular basis, what we would expect to use man-hours wise this year, I believe I've got that here, is probably somewhere close to, I figured it up with the personnel setting up the fairgrounds, setting the safety barrier, and the people shooting it. We're talking about $5,000 or so. So what man hours that is, I'm not sure. I had it written down on something else. So I did the math.
Yeah, so as staff, you began planning a month ago or more for the event, I think is our point. And what we're suggesting and what they mentioned to me the other day, and after I thought about it just myself, at the end of the day, they're firefighters, and they're dedicating more than a month of their time towards something that's not mission critical, although it's one of the events that we love dearly in the community, and so, or respect dearly in the community. And so what we would suggest is outsourcing that as a better use of firefighter time. It puts emphasis on their professional training towards what their mission actually is, and it's something that can be outsourced, and certainly something that other communities do outsource. It protects our liability.
What's the question here?
Of the fire department. So we're just letting you know that we're moving forward.
Sure.
The chief, the fire department wanted to make sure you all understood that they are no longer, after this year, going to take the lead in shooting the fireworks, and certainly we support that.
I say if it's, better, faster, more, safer, cheaper,
It won't be
mostly
cheaper,
safer.
but it will be, it won't be cheaper.
Well,
certainly.
in the long run,
It could
though,
be, yeah.
with man hours, it could at least be the same, but safety is the most important thing. So if it's safer for firefighters and the public, then do what you got to do.
That's absolutely what what we're going for, is that we know that there's professionals that do this. That's what they do for a living. They do this every year, and that's their expertise. My expertise is not that.
Yep.
As much as even though I've done it 20 years, I do it 2 days a year, maybe 3 days a year. So that is not my expertise, and that is not our expertise as a fire department. So
the good news is we're shooting them this year, and so what's the schedule and what's your plans?
Well, what the schedule is this year. So I know there was some question as to what our budget has been. We want to discuss that. So it's been a real challenge to get fireworks this year. as everything during the COVID and who knows, maybe trade agreements, whatever it might be, it's been an act of Congress to try to get the fireworks that we need in order to do this show. The price has gone up every year. It's gone up astronomically this year.
Gunpowder.
I'm sorry?
Gunpowder.
Yeah, and there's products that we had in place that we can no longer even get. I have been shooting electronically because I had the ability to buy timed fuse that I could link everything together. And I had a timer or a wireless box that could do 32 cues to light off all these fireworks. We got over 1,000 shells. Without the time fuse, which I'm not able to get this year, I have to shoot off individually at least 900 shells individually. I don't have a box to do that would cost $3,000. That's a cost that we can't incur, just for one show, one time a year. So those are the things that are leading us to actually moving to privatize this, and we've had to get an authorization to actually raise it. I believe we're going from $10,000 last year, that shared cost between us and the county, to $12,000 this year. So that's a significant increase, and who knows where it's going to go next year.
So what day and time?
July 4th, 9:45 minimum. We go for dark. Sometimes we'll wait for the sun just to crest a little bit further. So sometime between 9:45 and 10.
Same place.
Same place, same time. Yeah.
Any questions? Thank you, Mike.
Thanks,
All right,
Mike.
thank you.
Y'all be careful.
Well,
Please.
and you and Mulholland just can't retire. That's the answer.
I was gonna preface this with, I have a couple strong suits, and public speaking's not one of them. Yeah.
You're doing good.
You're fine.
You're good.
Thank you.
You're fine.
Thank you, Mike.
You did well. All right. Item 16, resolution number 2021-06-28-07. It is a city versus Braden Hopper settlement agreement. Counselor?
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. The City of Danville filed a lawsuit against Officer Braden Hopper. Who you will remember, the city bought out his contract from the City of Lebanon Junction. That means we paid for his training costs that were incurred by that city. And as a part of his contract, he did not stay at the required amount of time, so the city didn't recoup its investment. He went to the Bull County Sheriff's Office and without buying out the city the rest of his contract. So as you know, we enforced the provision on his contract to have him pay. And I should say that his counsel was prepared, after judgment was received, was prepared to bankrupt that particular debt, as there were no other assets owned by the individual, not even a motor vehicle. And in an attempt to gain settlement, the Bull County Sheriff's Office paid $10,000 as a buyout to that contract to the City of Danville. The city was actually out about $19,000 and change, so this is a little over half of that. But it did send the effective message that the city intends to enforce its contractual provisions with its officers and honor the commitment that it makes in the educational investment of these officers. So staff recommends acceptance of the settlement agreement, and the receipt of $10,000 has been deposited with the city clerk.
Do I hear a motion?
I'll move for approval of resolution 2020-06-2806.
Thank you, Commissioner Terry. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Holland, thank you. Discussion?
So it was either take the 10 or
Goose egg.
we were going to get.
Right, and a
zilch.
judgment is only as good as your ability to collect it.
Right.
They're easy to receive, hard to collect. And so when there was a lump sum payment offered, it was either accept or potentially, likely, receive nothing if the defendant filed bankruptcy.
I'd like to thank the Sheriff's Office. Anything further? All in favor say aye. Aye. Yeah. Opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Item 17, resolution number 2021-06-28-08, relocation of Dillahay Street right-of-way. Continue on, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. We have discussed this previously with the commission, but Center College owns property both north and south of Dillahay Street and has plans for future development on the southern portion of Dillahay and made a request that that right-of-way between Fern Street and Roy Arnold Boulevard be relocated to a location that the city engineer has determined should be from the very south end of Beatty Avenue to some point in Roy Arnold Boulevard. And in order to achieve that objective, which would, again, for the city's benefit, not only assist a critical partner, the city of Danville, to allow development by the college of safe recreational space on either side of Dillahay, but will also result in increased traffic efficiencies for the city at a later date when that Beatty Avenue South extension is created, instead of going through the middle of athletic facilities to be developed, would be a roundabout way of achieving traffic flow pattern that is advantageous for the city. And so attached to your resolution which would relocate that right-of-way as described. In consideration for that relocation, the college has agreed to provide a general development plan for that relocation from the south end of Beatty to some point in Roy Arnold Boulevard, along with construction specifications. And the last point is, if that right-of-way is involved on any lands now owned by the college, that they will dedicate them for use of right-of-way when the project comes to fruition. We're happy to take any questions on it, but the resolution spells it out, and the legal description and exhibit they are attached if you have any questions.
Chair will entertain a motion.
I'll move to approve Resolution 2021-062808.
Thank you, Commissioner Hollins. Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Terry, thank you. Discussion?
Do we know if looks like there's one property owner, are they okay with this, or?
I'm sorry, what is that?
Property owners, have they been?
Yeah, the property owners on either side of the roadway are the college at this
Okay,
point.
okay.
So that's what makes
Gotcha.
it an easier task
I got that.
to achieve.
Today.
The college recently acquired the Republic Services property to the south of Dillahay.
Very good. So I'll need to.
Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, Chair call the question. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Thank you all for being so patient. That's all on our agenda. Do we have need for executive session?
Yes, sir.
Reasons?
Land acquisition, some employee hiring.
And we do have a unique one tonight as well that fits an exemption that's not on your sheet. So if it would pleasure the commission,
Please.
I'd be happy to make the motion
Please.
for you to here too. So staff would recommend entertaining a motion to go into executive session pursuant to KRS 61-810-1B for the potential acquisition of real property for which disclosure which might represent or might affect property values, as well as KRS 61-810-1F to discuss personnel matters, and KRS 61-810-1G, which involve discussions between a public agency and a business entity concerning a specific proposals, if discussed, could jeopardize the sitting, retention, or expansion of said business.
We have a motion. Commissioner Terry, is there a second?
Can we get all that done in 15 minutes?
Second, Commissioner Cottle. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign.
Aye.
Motion carries. We are in executive session. To go back into regular session.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Commissioner Cottle. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Holland. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Where did our city manager go?
Come on, Earl, we're waiting on you, brother.
You got meatloaf on his brain. Oh, man.
Mr. City Manager, we are at your disposal, sir.
Yes, sir, thank you. Staff has a recommendation of April Drake to the position of police officer recruit.
Do I hear a motion?
I'll make a move to approve.
Motion made and second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, like sign. Continue, please.
Staff has a recommendation of Sim Thacker to the position of certified police officer.
So moved.
Motion made. Is there a second? Thank you, ma'am.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. We'll get it down.
Aye.
Staff has a recommendation of Matthew Groves to the promotion of fire battalion chief.
Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, like sign. Continue, please.
Staff has a recommendation of Donald Carpenter to the promotion to the position of fire battalion chief.
Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and second. Got the conductor over here.
I'm sleeping too, Bill.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries.
Staff has a recommendation of Amarion Johnson to the position of public service maintenance worker.
Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you all. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Continue.
Staff has a recommendation of Connor Fair to the position of public service equipment operator.
Motion, please.
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries.
Move
Anything
we
else, sir?
adjourn.
No, thank you very much.
Motion to adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Have a good evening.